As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, we appear to be actually, and let's make sure as everything's set to public, and also I did change it to Division 2 correctly because we ended yesterday on Division 1 just for a little bit. And yeah, let's jump in. Let's actually, yeah, let's go down the line and get our SHD requisitions in real quick. Get those set up. Oh, well, so descent rotated, right? So maybe we try to get our descent weekly in.
Entering safe area.
Maybe right away. If it's something. Yeah, so this thing is. Oh, no, actually, so this character is on. Oh, I still need to actually. Maybe we do that. And a bunch of resources I'm pretty full up on, so. Good. Yeah, 5 levels. Yeah. Most of this week, I'm not going to be spending in Div T. Because that doesn't feel good at all. If I want to care about levels, I need to never partake in the 5 times and such. But we can still spend some time working on some guides and such, which is what I'll do. And then anything that's inevitable to do as well, we'll just do. Because I don't want to get my descent run in and stuff like that. So anyway, I did log in after stream yesterday and get my stars and stuff. Actually, that's on the character, right? You know what? Let's quickly go and get this character to day 6, or get them to day, to be done. Nothing specific I want to run because I totally forgot about them. You know what? Maybe we run triple tick. Otherwise, just heartbreaker tech tank. Well, we run heartbreaker so much. Let's run this. I need to, as we go through as well, activate the modifier as we go through. Do I need to reset world? No. Oh yeah. MLK, of course. Yeah. Let's actually boot up matter system. You see, in a little bit, steal their world.
Agent, priority objective.
That's why I hadn't finished this gal off. Actually, you know what? Let's check right away what the bundles are. And hey, there's me. And now we're getting to do an afternoon again. It's been a while. Actually, when was the last afternoon that I did? Although I've been also doing much more, just doing like starting earlier and stuff and doing a longer streams. Oh, it was like the 17th of last month. So, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we're booting up that system. Let's actually boot up that system real quick. No, not taking input. Or why not though? Hello. There we go. So just quickly loading up the other system. Gonna steal their world in a second. Oh yeah, I wanted to check if there's new apparel. I guess there is. There has been. Usually. Bundles. If nothing else, yeah, there are 10, so this one was here, this one was last week's, this one was a rerun. This one wasn't in that, was it? Yeah, so Bloody Red. Bloody Red was from a season track, I'm pretty sure, right? So they're rerunning that, so you can just get it by itself. That's from last week. This is a rerun as well. Wasn't here last week, but a new rerun. Stars and Stripes. Conley was already getting a rerun last week. This was a rerun. This was a rerun. This was a rerun. Okay, so nothing new. Because yeah, also I own everything. So interesting. For a week, nothing actually new. It's been a while since we haven't had that. My wallet will thank me. As yeah, at this point, I'm basically a whale in this game of just buying all the things whenever they come out, and then just logging in the other system.
Hostile control point nearby.
But yeah, let's get this character caught up, and then we'll go check the vendors and stuff once the regulars and stuff are also in, and then after gonna work a little bit on the weapon classes variants or weapon classes types in there. I forgot. I myself forgot how. Oh, some people here. And I do kind of like the triple tick. It's actually a pretty good build solo, especially. In a group setting, though, I do prefer the OD, the full OD, just because it has more damage. And this kind of has some traits, like, for instance, yeah, just we get to do a bunch of spread damage even by, just tapping an enemy once. Like, I tap that enemy once, and they're basically... When I get to them, they're in health. And if I tap a red, it's just... They're dead, basically. They just need to die.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Definitely don't want to call it in here. We want to spawn camp them in a sec. This place is also 511. And then, yeah, one of the other goals I'll have for this week is just, work on some guides and stuff, but then also...
Serious trauma detected.
that was a bad time for the reload needing to happen. And also, I shouldn't have. Kind of panicked there. Oh, it's showing it's showing scavenge skills, but it's going down by itself. It's just it's just a visual bug. That's funny. Yeah, let's actually have this system already start to load up because that takes forever. This system is kind of half hanging on by a thread, especially when it's hot like this. This is an old laptop that is just banged up quite a bit. Let's clear out these guys. They'll join this fight otherwise.
I'm gonna need a medic over here. Deploying turret. Fuck! I'm pinned down. Fuck!
Hostile control point identified.
This one, we just go up here and then call it in. So,
Reinforcements
keep standing here in the middle. I should just stand here. I just have
Detecting
everybody in
additional
front of me.
hostile contacts.
Anyway, we are glass, so we do get...
Vital signs critical.
I'm surprised that didn't kill me. That should have killed me.
Damn it, they've healed.
Nah, it doesn't have the damage for this. At least my high was back. That's the downside
Serious
here.
trauma detected.
With a striker, I could just spawn gamma here, but this actually doesn't have the killing power to quickly get all these guys down.
Setting up my turret.
Ouch. Ouch.
Agent killed.
Maybe I was a little bit too aggressive there. Let's take it back to the team and just let them come in. Also, I got used to Hollywood and just blowing everything up. Going back to not having Hollywood. What's the heat? Okay. Like that. Okay. that's right. That's why it feels a little hot. 34 degrees. I'm on full, all the fans on and such.
He's out of cover.
Let's get some special ammo going.
They're trying to get behind us. They really want me. Armor's in tatters.
I'm gonna move.
Changing mag.
Yeah, you wanna tap them as they come in.
I think I hit them. Setting up a turret.
This build is very much about knowing, like, okay, that guy is basically dead.
Hostile detected.
I just don't, I shouldn't waste more attention on him. Same for the red there. My attention should go to the named, for instance, here. And everything else is just gonna die to the ticks.
You really came through for us.
Yeah, let's go get this loot first.
Their ass.
We survived. That's all. that
Closer
matters.
to this. I'm just catching up this character to that project. I should actually just get the 7th day as well done, just because. Let's go do that.
Supply room access unlocked.
Come on, do a sweep. Let's get this place locked down.
The other system load in, yeah. Let me actually load in that character. Let's go just do it all on their world.
Hope this weather doesn't.
But also just drop it down to normal here or something and do it super quick there. Let's have a little bit of challenge. Let me get you here zone. I need a hit, man. And I'm doing pretty good. Nice and somewhat relaxed day for me today. So, good.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Some free time. So we get to jump on some division. Although, yeah, it's also like super hot. So I'm just today is a day I'm not actually I am gonna go outside but I'm gonna go outside like after the stream and get some groceries on. For the rest of it, I'm just not.
Priority objective available.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
A
go.
weird
Said
message
it was
there,
safer
but
for us if she's not
made
here.
sense after reading it 4 times. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is just I'm stealing this other account's world. And we do that by joining them, and then just I'm gonna log out the other
You
one.
are no longer in a
And now
group.
I have their world. And I need that because otherwise this character is the one that doesn't have the side missions done on purpose. But yeah, I wouldn't have MLK, which I need for the project. Actually, that's the sleeping. Wait. Let's make sure to. I don't want to keep that system running too much. That laptop is basically has a completely busted cooling system. And what I've done to it is just have some extra fans just hooked up onto USB that are just trying to cool it as best it can. It's just a stationary laptop at this point. Could you get the caretaker I miss out on? Currently, likely not. It's kind of the same deal as Lexington and as Turmoil. If you had to be there, man. you wouldn't get it otherwise. You had to be there, man. And yeah, it kind of sucks that way. But at least the caretaker is a little like a caretaker can be supplanted by some of the like a FAMAS or a CTAR or F2000 with killer is pretty close to a caretaker, especially as well as the caretaker's handling. You could say eats a little bit of its. Oh, I joined a different world. I'm like, why don't I have bleed bullets? But that would be why. Let's just do this. That's why we have that foam. But also, most of the time, I can just start it by just shooting some pouch or something here, the rushers, for instance. I'm gonna call back up already. Oh, hi. Where did you even come from? Let's actually go sit upstairs here.
Agent down.
Thought this was a safe. I didn't think they would have an angle on that corridor, but they did. That's fine. That's like saying it sucks for a lot of people. At some point, they just need to do something for those kind of items. They shouldn't have items that are time limited like that. Because I'm kind of fine with, for instance, all the other items that they do, like handbasket and harvest and stuff. At least, you know, it's, hey, at worst, it's like 2 months away or something to the next event. Because now they have basically events, you know, every few, or at least like once every 2 months. They basically have events. So. At least when it's that, it's kind of more palatable that, you know, you just have to wait for a little bit. But yeah, Lexington, Caretaker, both of those are basically unknowns at this point still. Because with the other ones, yeah, it's a question of when. And with these, it's a question of if.
Hostiles detected.
Which not the biggest fan of.
Serious trauma detected.
Reload. Go right ahead. We're gonna take them by surprise. You're out of sight. Sneaking up on me. Go there. There's no cover.
Before they hide again. And now get your gear.
There's the heat haze effect in the game as well. Oh, yeah. It's actually making it hard to sometimes see some of these enemies.
They're in the open.
And yeah, they're no longer bleeding because just the diminishing returns on status effects
I
thing.
don't know that we could have done that without you.
Let's go grab all the things outside here and I'll
I'm proud of us.
actually for a second. All of this is gonna be perfect right here. I think I was on second account. I still had a few negotiator
Supply room
parts that
access unlocked.
were needing some loving. Grab the resources.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
That's somebody else's problem.
Hi there, Agent.
They're not people. They're hyenas. This is no time for compassion.
No. They're actually human beings. They're just called the hyenas. They're not actually hyenas. Are the hyenas furries? They should at some point just make a furry boss with the hyenas. Just some dude that's completely misunderstood what the faction is about, and they just showed up in a furry suit, and the rest just let him, you know. They felt bad for him, so they didn't kick him out, so he's just in a hyena costume. Making our own lore. Oh well, it's basically fanfic at that point, isn't it? Yeah, it's an graph. Actually, let's make this a sledge. Why not? Oh. Extra enemies.
Immediate medical assistance
I
needed.
wanted to have my hive. You guys don't mind? Anybody else? Yeah. Well, a red with this bestie tick still dies. Don't even
Hostile
need to
control
shoot him.
point nearby.
And here definitely we do not want to call in for reinforcements right away. We want to spawn camp again. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm trying to do here will work out for me. Let's do it anyway. This might be a little bit too aggressive. So extra patrol again here as well.
Vital signs
Where did that grenade even...
Incapacitated.
Who threw that grenade? That guy. That's what that shock was.
Friendly combatants detected.
Why you bounce weird? Because I was trying to bounce it here.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Because that gets basically both of these waves. Turns out fire goes through walls. Nah, you're in the last fight. Oh, it didn't transfer? I was about to say, like, that guy's gonna die and transfer that pesty to this guy, and then he's just gonna die to the pesty.
Serious
I
trauma
saved you,
detected.
and I gave you the play. Let's actually have a look at the build collection for a second. Is the slingshot any good? Not really. I'm just getting the projects done as kind of completionist kind of thing. I'm gonna negotiate a tech tank. Is everything maxed out on everything? Because I remember actually needing some negotiator parts. I just don't remember what build it was for. Or, well, not negotiator, just beautification ones. 2.14, yeah. So we have a crit damage one here. You know what? Yeah, let's take that then.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
As it turns out, actually, this would be because a glove and a knee pad with full crit damage is what I need for this thing, because those pieces are still optimized, so might as well get that optimization out of there just for the looks. Yeah, we need to do these guys before we do the defense here. Did I check the vendors yet? Not yet, no. I usually wait a little bit till, you know, people are in. Gonna do the 2 control points here, like this, like finish up this one, and then I'm okay, and then go and check him. No new bundle this week though, but yeah, a few extra reruns.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Because they're rerunning the bloody red.
Hostiles detected.
They're rerunning that red cowboy. The XP event is live, yes. The 5 times is up. Also, yeah, it is just to check as well. It's just the whole week, right? It's not something weird. No, what? Why? Why is this 5 days? Does this end on a Saturday, right? Who what? Because yeah, so today, tomorrow, 3, 4, and then this will, yeah, so it ends after Saturday. So Sunday and Monday isn't. Fuck off with these. At least I get to play on Sunday and Monday. Get to come back to Division. Because for most of the rest of this week, I'm not playing Division. I generally don't play when there's 3 times or 5 times.
Immediate medical assistance
I was hoping
needed.
that wasn't an elite.
8.
That was an elite. We can't kill those fast enough. For some reason, yeah. It's... What are they? Damn it. Nice. Like, yeah, maybe it's not even intended that way. We'll see if they maybe alter it during the week itself. I should be using these grenades a little bit more.
Reinforcements incoming. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Swap.
Friendly combatants nearby. Heavily
Let's
armored
play.
hostile detected.
There we go. Indeed. Way 5. Is the Kenley event the same 5 days as well? No, right? Wait, what? Wait, wasn't there a Kenley with this? Or was it Kenley? Oh no, they moved the Kenley to be with Hollywood, right? Because I used to be overlapping, and then the last patch came out, and that one Hollywood and Kenley was overlapping. Okay, so yeah, so Kenley there. But yeah, why is this just 5 days? It's 5 times XP for 5 days.
Detected.
Was just like, you know, we can use that for marketing or something. You know, just it'll look better as 5 days. But then also, if you're gonna do 5 days, at least overlap the whole weekend. Like go from what they used to do was Friday till Sunday. If you want to do it 5 days, go Thursday till Monday.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
But also, what do I care? I'm not gonna make use of it anyway. And he the dag. Last season,
Hostile
they
control
just
point
for 3 or 4
identified.
days for 7 days, which made no sense. I don't know. Most of the times was there like they did it both ways for both of them, but the original view where the 3 was for 7 days for a week, the 5 times was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then they did change the 5 times to be 7 days as well, and then we had one
Hostiles detected.
3 times that had the 3 days version. And yeah, we've never had
Critical.
5 ever before.
Access
But the original intent seemed to have been for the 5 times to be 3 days, and I'm gonna guess they wanted it to be maybe like, hey, people won't farm the whole thing. But no, people were farming the whole thing. But that was one of my real original gripes with the 5 times. Getting 200 levels in 3 days, like it isn't per se hard. I've definitely done 200 levels in 3 days with farming sometimes other things like stars or something. But that's not something you should want from your player base. To grind that hard.
serious trauma detected.
Because my biggest gripe with 3 times, 5 times, all of that, it's just a burnout generator. Like it's a good way to as well remove all incentive from caring about watch points and watch levels. Like even here, I wouldn't mind actually just, you know, having an extra 1,000 levels just for the watch points and stuff, just to have even more to spend. But I just don't want to, like, I don't want to play at all during the 5 times. It just makes every other time feel, you know, 5 times worse. which is thank you for coming to my rant. My TED talk. I need this. What?
Vital signs critical.
You bastard.
Agent incapacitated.
I need that one over there gone so I can have my sights clear.
There's one. You're fast.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Friendly combatants detected. Serious trauma detected.
I don't have any more med packs. I guess we're poking at and putting some pesty stacks out and death by waiting. Thanks so much. Yeah. It's also like stupid to me that they went with 5 times. Like 5 times is a lot. I can't think of basically any other game where I haven't seen or where like I've seen more than a triple and it isn't, you know, just some you can buy 10 times boosters in like a really horrendous game. Because
Detecting additional hostile
if your
contacts.
system of XP as well is set up that it can go times 5 or times 10, because even the division system is not really set up that it can handle times 5 because the proficiency caches is like super during 5 times, even 3 times. But if your systems are kind of more intended for that,
Too late for them.
you haven't made really great systems. Because honestly, if they had done like even a 3 times for like 100 levels and then like few more times,
Friendly combatants combined.
I feel that would have been a much better deal. Like have 3 times for 100 levels, just so as well, like people don't grind their asses off to get, you know, all 1,000, and just do like sprinkle like 6 of them through a season or something. And that by itself would have been like one of the best events in the game. But 3 times and the 5 times, it feels like a drug binge. It's like I don't even want to partake. The hangover after is way worse than the benefits during.
Hell yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Friendly combatants detected.
Where are you? Oh. That one gave up on life, just sitting in the corner waiting to die.
Is that?
That's for 1,000, or yeah, for instance, just not the 5 times for 1,000. It's just, yeah.
Supply room access.
Because that the value is basically all the other times that exist. I mean, that's already the case now, right? Like, nobody ever wants to grind anymore when there isn't a 3 times or 5 times up, because why would you? And somebody who here and there enjoys grinding, yeah, I haven't done much of it recently. Like, honestly, that Hollywood farming a little bit that we did, that was like the first time in like a few months, because generally as well, they've been putting the global events and the 5 times, 3 times and stuff on like on top of each other. That was one of the few times it wasn't. And we got ourselves a slingshot.
Friendly combatants
Let's go get cleaned up. And then, yeah, let's go check the vendors, actually. We'll go do our rounds. And then afterwards, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time on the weapon classes, types, and variants guide. I'm gonna rewrite the start of it, and then also... I'll keep this detox one.
Thanks for your
And then we have the knee pad, right? Oh, I didn't grab the reward track. Yeah, when you don't grab the reward track, it goes to the first character that you log in. There's actually one way as well to, I mean, with the hardcores, you can just grab them there. But in the past, this was also a way to get some of the caches to go to level 30s and stuff. If wait, do I have 20 caches? Really? Jesus Christ. Just did a few control points.
best gear in the
Without directives.
I've got it right here.
I mean, yeah, it's... I usually describe it as quaint. Double XP for 15 is just like... Look at the tiny XP bonus. Isn't it cute? Coochie coochie goo. It's like a... It's a baby. Yeah, it's just... Yeah. One day you'll grow up to be at 3 times for 1,000. Except no, you won't. You're Kenley. Actually, no, we did 2 projects as well, so we had like 8 caches from that. So 12 levels or something. Oh no, so we had 4 caches because the last project doesn't give any of these. So 16 levels. Which kind of makes sense, 1 per control point, basically. Yeah. Then let's actually sort this too.
Good to see you.
Don't need any more. I got all the... Yeah, I got all the talents, right? Would have been weird if I hadn't yet. Yeah, let's take these. Make sure we don't grab any reconstructeds. Placeholder reward. I mean, it was just, that was the old XP rewards. Like, that's the only double or, you know, more XP we had. But then, so it's not, it wasn't tied to Kenley in the past. It was tied to the Manhunt release. Because that's now what that Kenley one is. That used to be the same event as, you know, a new Manhunt starting. Because that's also when, you know, back in the day, the Kenley would be open. But now, of course, we have... oh yeah, actually, we should do the Scout. Also, I should actually, when I'm looting stuff, check that we don't have any of these. Although I think I can craft most of these, can't I? I mean, 511 backpack, we definitely can. Yeah, let's actually craft the ones we can craft. That's good. That's great. I just... All right, let's go check that. Let's go check that. Oh yeah, I had the slingshot in this character's inventory. What was it? Knee pad, right? I'll go to character 2. Let's go check the vendors first. Let's see what the Kanta one has. Strategic alignment as the 3rd item. A surge and a force multiplier. Yeah, none of these. Useful.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Kingbreaker is not good enough to even use as a newer player. Yeah, let's do the rounds here. Let's have a peek. Also, we'll end up in Brooklyn. You know, let's maybe get a few more infrastructure keys. Oh yeah, at some point as well, I still need to do character 2's hunters. But also I want to make, yeah, that combined
I've got
map,
the best gear at the lowest
maybe. At least Palisade, but we don't really craft anymore anyway, so. But if you want to burn some points, or you have some points to burn, at least there's a Palisade there.
Ready to make a deal?
Lengmo as well, Habsburg as well, but I feel that's actually the thing that's more affected by the watch alt changes. It, you know, especially super unicorns are also kind of a little bit more out of reach. Well, the thing was they were never in reach of if you were just, you know, a few thousand. Nothing useful there either. Let's go down the list of these. And a Descendant's Wrath, so I should get my Descent run for the weekend, get my calm.
Anything you're looking for?
Rock and roll. No, it's not per se. Honestly, for a lot of builds nowadays, I would just go ACS. Especially ACS with Brazen. I should actually add a few ACS with Brazen to some of my characters. I keep forgetting. Also, I've been keeping an eye out if I just randomly get one, but we could target for shotguns here and there.
It's very good to see you.
Manic, which is a DZ item at least, but not a good one. So I'm keeping an eye out if any of these vendors has a smart cover mod. So we're checking the mods as well. But yeah, it's been like 7 weeks now, and yeah, they don't seem to have that as an inventory item. At least we have the blueprint now, so you can always craft a few.
Always happy to see you, Agent.
Kind of claws out. Although with Eminence Armaments as well, so claws out used to have, if you had at least the headshot one that you could red core. It was at least, if you were going memento, it was like stat-wise the better choice. Because you would have everything else already. But nowadays as well, with Eminence Armaments, you can just get a... Because you would already have Fox's Prayer, but now you can do, you know, backpack, glove, holster, Eminence Armaments, and have Fox's Prayer instead of this, and then Chain Killer, Punch Drunk, so... That thing is also a little less useful than it used to be. Yeah, let's go check New York too.
Entering safe area.
These guys.
Agent, I need to debrief with
511 for
Schaefer.
crafting.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Really? Did she say that? Do you have a recording of that, Manny? Of her saying that? 'Cause I haven't heard her speak in a while. I guess basically all 4 brands are kind of available. 10.3s for hardcores, although that was a 10.7 not too long ago. And very important, the main reason why Haven is better than the castle. Petable dogs. Although this dog is gonna betray us, right? Like that's why the rubber duck is there. This guy is actually a hunter in disguise. It's tiny hunter. But he's just there keeping an eye on us. Let's check Brooklyn as well. And then maybe we do the infrastructure bounty real quick.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Safe area entered.
Hey there, you got something to trade?
No more 511s. Another 10.3. Yeah, so just a few brands, nothing useful. And a rock and roll. But rock and roll is, like, nowadays less of a needed thing. Let's get some more infrastructure keys. I wonder if what would the number on it be if you had started, like, had done it every day since the start? Best way to level SHD, just 5 directives open world. Why is Rager suddenly on? And then just doing especially things like public executions and hostage rescues and propagandas. We're just doing open world activities. Even doing control points can be... It's a little slower, but, you know. One of the things to kind of consider is just... What I generally do is just pick a zone, or like a zone where you have a targeted that you like as well on top maybe. And just, you know, start one side, go the other. And even if you're hitting some territory controls and other stuff and convoys, which XP-wise aren't the greatest, but if you're just, you know, kind of stringing them together, you level up pretty fast. Directives. Oh wait, are you level 40? Oh well, yeah, level SHD, right? I'm gonna guess you are. Yeah, directives are the system where you turn on these extra. So on the map, you have the option of changing difficulty, and then you have the option as well to add global directives. Each of these is a 25% in the open world to XP. So you can add in quite a bit of XP by having them all on. But then also you need to have builds that can kind of deal with 5 directives, because you'll have reduced ammo and things like that. You can link to the recommended build list. There is especially some of the Headhunter builds, the determined Headhunter builds in there. We'll pop up a list in a second. Are pretty good for 5 directive farming. Get some special ammo. There we go. Well, technically as well, for instance, this build can deal with 5 directives, ODs. But yeah, for instance, pistol or rifle or MMR determined build can go pretty quick through some of that. I really want to be mindless of the sleeping giant with determined build. Can you do it under 2 minutes? Yeah, for instance, just that kind of stuff. Although, yeah, watch out on burning yourself out. Because unless you are someone who's like up for grinding and stuff. Which I definitely at times can be, for instance. Others can as well, but yeah, it's easy to just overdo it and just... Because yeah, if you just get, you know, 1,000 levels now, but then you burn yourself out and you don't play, yeah. Eventually, you won't be at a very high SHD. Because, for instance, in my case, you know, I am 30k SHD, but that's just because I kept playing, basically. And I made it fun for myself to keep playing by just swapping out builds, doing different things, challenging myself with, you know, some stuff. But also here and there, just, yeah, grinding a little bit.
Serious trauma detected.
That's your target.
Well, it's never 1,000. Yeah. Although, at least with the 5 times XP, it's basically, the way to see it, it's you need 200 levels. 200 normal levels become 1,000 levels. And in a week, if I'm playing a decent amount, I would get 200 anyway. Although this time it's 5 days, of course. But yeah, it's more just that watch out to not overdo it. If you feel like you're not, you know, enjoying your time, but it's something you do enjoy your time. Because also everything is times 5's XP as well. So. But for me personally, yeah, I'm just gonna, because that's also why I want to get a bunch of stuff done today. Here is the rest of this week. I'm just gonna mostly spend. We'll jump into Div 2, work on some guides and stuff, and work on some spreadsheets and stuff. But then at least this evening, I'm going to jump into Warframe, and then I might actually grab either... I was looking at either Helldivers, because I still haven't played Helldivers, even though it's very much up my alley as a third-person shooter, but yeah, not so much, you know, build and stuff. The RPG stuff isn't in there. Either that or grabbing Space Marines.
You got the target. Nice.
2. I quite enjoy.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well
I've kind of been out of it, the 40k universe, but I wouldn't mind getting that game. That seems like a well-made game too. And then just playing that this. And actually, yeah, if it is just 5 days, we'll see if they extend it maybe, because I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a mistake or something and they extend it to Monday. That's 40 levels a day right now. It's not insane. Exactly.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
But actually, in the past, it was a little bit insane, because in the past, it was 3 days with the times 5.
Agent,
So.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
66 a day, which still also isn't insane, but yeah, you need to basically grind at that point. Like, I'm not casually gonna get hit 60 levels in a day. OD with Catalyst? No, it's OD with Val. This is the triple tick build. It's kind of known a little bit. Actually, I can link to it even. What is it? 410. And I kind of like this as a solo build. It sometimes feels a little weak, but it's pretty good. And also, actually, this could deal with 5 directors. Because, yeah, ammo is taken care of by OD. And the rest of it, you just have to, you know, cool skills and the other things, ragers and fragile. You just have to deal with. Yeah, let's go down the list of some of these characters. And then once we land on character 1, we'll go and actually do a descent. Get our weekly comment. No, it's not a rare OD. Especially since the pestilence buffs, because actually before this I used to run that with Iron Lung, but especially back to the pestilence buffs now, or since the pestilence buffs. It's been doing pretty okay. The nice thing about it is, usually if you just, especially when waves spawn, you just, any red that you just hit once, they're dead, basically. They're just gonna die to the bleed and the Valtic and like the 2 bestie stacks that they have on them. You do still have to watch out for them because, you know, while they are dying, they're not dead yet. You do have to watch out for that. It becomes kind of the play style of just spray down everybody and then focus down like the elites.
Hello there. Thanks for the business.
That one. And yeah, here quickly on character 2, I'm just gonna swap out that knee pads. Because also, yeah, all of these characters are on day 7. I'm not gonna repeat that day 7 too much. Because yeah, slingshot not per se worth it. I have it proficient already as well. It's because I was dumping resources here and there.
Safe area
Just the
detected.
protective fabrics and stuff like that. Which, you know, I would have way too much of anyway. Dump that in there.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it
Kelso
was safer
had to
for us if she's
go.
not here.
Oh no. Also, what's the weekly Manning, right? Yeah. Legendary. Well, at least that overlaps with this weekly. With Coney's a Manning, and then you could do Manning Legendary.
Clan invite received.
And yeah. Federal and Potomac. Oh yeah, actually, we should. Somebody was making talking about there being a chopper or something hovering over Potomac suddenly, or at least there being chopper sounds. Oh yeah, actually I didn't open these. I just grabbed them real quick. This is the exotic caches from the global events. I just spent my stars and logged that. Real quick, so. Someone as well. I still need to grab my season track. Basically, all of the. Still have all of the caches on there. I think I took everything else, like all the cosmetics and stuff I've grabbed already. But it's basically all of the caches. I was planning on doing some optimizing a few stuff up and such, so I can even get like those resources. It's kind of the idea. Need to do that though. I get on like because I've seen low levels when I get the more defense whenever I can. Yeah. And yeah, just general OD for Kantan is a pretty good grab. I don't even know actually why I'm looking at these exotics. I don't need any. Although actually, if I get an extra backfire, this character could still use one. Something I need to also just, yeah, these Elmos and Stregas. Basically, every character has an Elmo and Strega still. I could get rid of the Elmo on a lot of these characters. Let's grab this real quick and just quickly change this. Oh. We have the stash bag. Log out and log back in. Just want to put that one
Safe
negotiated
area
piece in.
entered.
Low prices, big selection. That's what I've got.
Agent,
It's
I
one of
need
the things I
debrief
want to
with
do
Schaefer.
for the rest of the
Kelso
season
had
as
to
well. Is
go.
just make a
Said it was
decent
safer for
list
us if
of
she's
what I
not
want
here.
to, yeah, like beautification things. Because yeah, it's just simple stuff like just this optimization, just taking that away, right? Like with this piece, it's moosehead. Like normally it wouldn't matter per se, but I enjoy doing it, and then also it gives me, you know, gives me a reason to care about some of the gear here and there, because otherwise I wouldn't, of course. But then also my stuff, you know, it goes onto the build collection, so it's actually showing. So there we go. Just leave them on something, and then let's go to character 1 and do quickly same requisitioning. Let's go do a descent. Also, I don't know if anybody is interested in doing a descent run. Just be going a nemesis run.
Entering safe area.
But
I've
if you
got
all,
big. You see, I'm happy to have made a deal.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
let's quickly
Said it was
load
safer for us if
that.
she's not here.
Another agent is now in your
Carries up
group.
for it. 1 second, I'm just gonna grab this real quick and then we'll get.
Pleasure to see you. Thanks for your business.
Okay. It's also interesting that, yeah, after it's been a while since we hadn't had a new bundle on the Tuesdays. Yeah, anybody else wanting in? No. And hey there, type. That's it. Let's take it to descent. Well, the descending is good. Is that rats? Pretty good for Nemesis run. Not as good as Envy, but still plenty easy. Although all of them are, you know, all of them you can do
Prohibited. Access
Nemesis run in.
denied.
Even Gluttony is good enough, but
Entering combat simulation program. Combat simulation program activated.
what especially changes is it's just you're much more likely to get the talents and stuff. Because with some of those, it just becomes a little less consistent. That's already a good start. And you know what? I'll take the MG5 because also got entrench for free because we have bullet hell here, especially if I can get bullet hell. Let's take ventilation, yeah. 1 extra red. Oh, so that did you? Because yeah, we could actually reset if you want in. Do you have your in-game name for me? Are you? And also, yeah, you're on PC. I'm guessing.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
I'm open.
Medium.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hostiles
Cairo with
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted.
just
doors.
restarting as we'll get Betty in. Yeah. Because we're at the start anyway, so. But yeah, feel free to form back up there, Cairo, and then I'll get sold that in as well.
Facility detected.
I have a new skill
Combat simulation
unlocked.
program active.
Acquired, actually.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Another agent has joined your group.
It says you can't join now. I don't know what. I haven't seen that error before. There it goes, I think. Oh, your game just crashed. We'll let you load back up. So how many of these gadgets could I buy in the meantime? Oh. Quickly check that. So 27,779 divided by 220. 126.
Another agent is now in your group.
And we in the sun again? No, it's Wrath. But I just want my weekly in there. We're just doing a Nemesis run. Just a quickie. Just gonna make sure that so the Dashi is fully loaded in. It's sometimes we leave too early. Had that before. It just deltas the person again. Anyway, let's get going. Actually, when Envy comes around, I'm gonna try to make some time and try to do a loop 40.
Entering safe area.
I wouldn't mind getting it, you know, in the middle of the season instead of
Access denied.
letting it get late on the season again.
Entering combat simulation program. Combat simulation activated.
Okay. Still have decent picks. Nice. Pop that one and this one. And easy room. Alright, we're just gonna pick all the easies as we go through. So are you familiar with I'm gonna guess not so much. If you're
Location.
for descent, if you can, skill wise, and you can on the later loops swap some of these out. Because the skills that we pick is what the Nemesis gets. So especially what we want is things like stickies, foam or fire cam, or any of the fireflies. Any of those is pretty safe. But yeah, the incinerator turrets with the Nemesis would be very deadly. But you'll have some loops to replace it with something else.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
But yeah, if you can replace that one before we reach Nemesis, that'll be... Because yeah, we definitely don't want to deal with a incinerator turret in there.
Combatant.
In that fight. Let's blend that in. And yeah, 2 doors here, and then later loops it'll be 3.
Console active. Supply station online.
Alright, after this loop. Being the later loops. I'll already start taking some unhinged.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
Nice. Double downstairs. Blow
Hostiles
that up.
constructing.
Let me go sit here.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Shit, lost him.
Console online.
One of the things as well in group settings is ammo goes a little bit, you know, you'll have, actually let's take surgical first. Go a little bit further because just enemy health wise doesn't scale as much as, you know, the amount of ammo that we have.
Entering
So
new location. Difficulty rating.
where
Medium.
solo ammo becomes quite often a concern. In group, not so much. So it must be these two.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
And then, yeah, after this loop, we just want to each take our own door. Ah, nothing spawned there. Everything spawned here.
You want to get personal?
Console available.
Don't have a slot there for Allegro. When I take Adrenaline Rush, it'll allow me to grab Intimidate.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Although for Nemesis run, I could definitely go with that. There's going to be 2 doors marked.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Let's see which ones there are. So far left and far right. Okay. We'll go sit on this far left one.
I've got this. You said it. Need more rage.
That. First boss is the worst boss.
God damn it.
Gonna focus the ads. Is it once it's 1 versus, you know, 1 versus 3 in this case for this guy? It just becomes he'll be facing 1 person, the other 2
Agent down.
can shoot him. Should get kind of back up. Yeah. We get a decent exotic, especially agonizing or bullet hell. So bullet hell is fine. And yeah, for now I'm just gonna take reds. I'll be taking a few reds and yellows. Well, yellows only if I get fire cam or foam. Just for the extra charges. Let's not forget to buy a red slot. As I've been quite often known to do. Foam. And then we'll just stick to the easiest rooms because let's just fight the Nemesis only. Oh, and nice. So that also got a foam there. And also, yeah, no more flame turret. Oh, yeah, it's your pick, Kyra. I usually just bash my head against this. If you see me standing in front of it, that doesn't mean I'm the picker. I just run up to it and just hold F, and if it's not me, I'm just standing there. Anyway, we have 3 doors now, so each a door.
Hostile
this
construction
one.
initiated.
As long as I do have some tools to deal with it, although actually I'm gonna go sit here. Still one wave, so... Oh yeah, bullet hell.
Console.
Still hitting
Online.
reload every, like... every 2-3 shots. I'm not gonna make intimidate my thing there. Let's do one reroll. 4.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Not really what I want. I was hoping for preservation or different red, man. Because I really want to have obliterate before I pick anything else. Obliterate is one of the MVPs here.
Chemical hazard activated. Room selected. Difficulty rating medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Door spawn from highlighted enemy.
Console active.
And bullet hell actually makes quite a difference in being able to deal with some of the enemies. I had Vindictive for free. I'm gonna take that steady-handed. I might actually overwrite that
Operator cleared to
Vindictive.
select new room.
Because I especially want Trauma and Eyeless.
Entering new room.
Actually, it was Eyeless,
Difficulty
right, with
rating
this?
medium.
Much more so than Vindictive.
Hostile
Okay.
construction initiated.
Oh, nice, we're getting into the rhythm. Yeah, I need them to come out of the door, otherwise they don't get blown up.
Console active. Supply station online.
Especially what I want is a good other weapon. Just gonna take that steady-handed too. Few steady-handed is gonna offset unhinged, because I do want to get a bunch of unhinged if I
Operator
get some.
authorized to select
But also I don't want to reroll too much because that eats up currency quick. Yeah, I guess we're taking the easy. I'm not taking the boss room here because it's not a lot, but also that would definitely push us to it
room
being
selected.
loop
Difficulty
5.
rating easy.
Well, actually, we're here on 48%, so we're already a little bit
Constructing
behind the
hostile
curve.
combatant.
It's not. I'll get the downstairs.
Console
Because by the
available.
time I get up there, it's already it's Jover. Allegro. This is the last room of this one, right? Yeah, so
Operator
I already
selected.
started.
Select new room to proceed.
Because I'll get a red slot after this boss room, so
Chemical hazard.
anyway, we're on
activated.
48%, which is a little bit behind the curve.
Room selected. Difficulty
Basically
rating.
want
High
25% per loop.
Hostile construction
That
initiated.
one too. So that I'll go get this one. With the names. This guy just met back. Could have foamed him, but I thought we could kill him there, but yeah, these guys are pretty chunky before Before we reach a little further. I'm gonna take a skill tier for an extra foam charge. On to the next loop. And I have my 2 skills, so I'm set up there. Especially need weapons. And a FAMAS is a pretty good. Even though it eats ammo. Although actually, maybe I take the M249B. Because I already have an AR, so just have a different weapon type. Also, the M249 isn't bad. Red slot, right? Yeah. And it's back. We'll leave that one on the ground for future. And hopefully we can catch up a little bit. We'll grab that one. We can catch up a little bit on the percentage.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
On the worst case, we'll have to just do an extra loop.
Hostile construction initiated.
And it's loop 3, so still 1 wave. Next loop we'll have 2 waves.
Console online.
It's like a preservation. Because of this, I definitely want Obliterate to go in there. And then we can always still see about getting Intimidate.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
Because I do at least have the Adrenaline Rush for it. So. But that would just be if the Nemesis pushes us or...
Constructing hostile combatant.
Take that door.
Console active.
Trauma. And Trauma is one of the MVPs as well. MVTs? Most valuable talents, actually. That way.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
Two down here, one upstairs.
Hostile construction initiated.
Gotta get upstairs. And we do want to blow up those barrels if we're taking position near them. And as long as they're not out of the door yet, they can't shoot. So
Available.
that worked out there that they
Supply
didn't come out.
station online.
Still looking for a blitz, right? 74? Yeah. So we'll need 26% on the next one. So we need three.
Easy.
We need 3 easy rooms in the next one.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Which likely means we're going to 5. Although it's not like unheard of to have.
Console
Have
online.
enough. Let's take a reroll. Don't want to take another reroll. Let's take Vindictive. I'll keep Vindictive. We'll get an extra slot for.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target.
Might be, yeah, I can buy 2 slots even. Going to 4. So I would be fine with 3 med packs anyway. Yeah, one upstairs, one down there. If you take this upstairs one, so that I'll go. Because we just want to cover each door. Blow that up. Wrong weapon.
Deploying frag.
It's hoping for a. Yeah, let's take some reds. And either Jake. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I hope everybody out there is enjoying their Monday and it's not like way too hot. How hot is it now? 36. Goddamn. Yeah. Feel bad for some of my colleagues. Let's take that last red, that yellow. Yeah, let's take this tag vector. Yeah. Let's see if we get our nemesis, because yeah, we're on. Why is our percentage not showing?
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Yeah, wait.
Hostile construction initiated.
It forgot about the nemesis. Yeah, where's our percentage? Nice Sparkins. Oh yeah, 2 waves now, so I'm gonna kind of hold position. Just so I'm not completely out of position when the second wave spawns.
Console online.
Right, thank you. Stuck on the cover there. Skip that choice.
Operator cleared to select new room.
I'll take 250 back instead of trauma 2 because that's not gonna make a difference.
Entering new location.
And I want to keep that last, like this needs to be.
Hostile construction
Eyeless, preferably.
initiated.
And then obliterate, intimidate. Or even obliterate vigilance, even, that's fine. But I also haven't seen vigilance.
console active. Supply station activated.
Yeah, I'll take our surgical up. But I should check for fire rounds. Shock and explosive. Shock doesn't work against Nemesis. But fire and stagger does. So getting sometimes that kind of ammo into our pistol just to stagger him and stuff.
Operator
Would be
authorized to
nice, but-
select new room.
Anyway. 95. Oh, okay. So yeah, Nemesis after 4. Nice. So we'll just have these last 2 rooms.
Room selected.
Because this will put us on
Difficulty rating easy.
95. This is the 3rd room. It's going to be a 4th room. And even a medium there is enough for...
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles.
Does it always
spawn
not show the
from
percentage
highlighted
before the first room? No, right? Like, I feel... Because usually that's the point where I'm checking for it anyway. So I would have noticed. Okay. Yeah, generally try to just grab each door. Because for instance here, yeah, that door was kind of escaping, but we don't want to have like 2 people shooting at a door if that means leaving one empty. I just take this vigilance, better than nothing.
Operator
The
selected.
Nemesis might not get
Selected
close
new
enough
room
to
to
trigger. I know, we're 95, so any medium. Let's grab workshop for this yellow as well. Yeah. But yeah, let's grab this one because we can just.
Entering new
That's
room.
still 100%, and we get a little bit more credits out of it, so we can buy some ammo, amounts or something.
Hostile construction initiated.
And sometimes it's just about trusting others to have it. Because if I went to try to help there, I would have been way out of
Console
position
available.
for the next wave, so.
Operator cleared to select.
Missing the obliterate, which would be a big damage bonus. Because if we're on 100% after this boss fight, we're fighting the Nemesis.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target.
2 doors on this side. I'll grab this one.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Let's blow that up because I'm gonna use that as my fallback position. I need it. Also, attack vector has a much higher killing potential, but yeah, it eats ammo, so I'll be using it sparingly. Also, it doesn't have the range of the M249. Three waves total. Things spawning over there the whole time. Thank you. I might take, yeah, I'm gonna take another skill tier for third chem. And here, as always, we'll first buy our shit, and then we're gonna go up on the left side and take the high ground there and just cuddle up and then try to focus down the nemesis one by one. Let me first check if there is any good special ammo. And I should put 150 or whatever that is into that 90. And the rest is gonna go into this and into this. Because I bought that second upgrade after. I needed to open it up again. It's always handy to double check. And I'll watch a little bit of this video just to let you guys
Nemesis.
get up there. Should be nice. This way, there's a little bit of a head start.
Increased. Constructing Nemesis.
Because the second you skip that, you get to run up here already.
System disrupted.
Let's go for that close right one. Although there seems to be one close right. Oh, there's one up here.
Agent needs assistance. Vital signs critical.
Yeah.
System reactivated.
Yeah, there's one up here we need to kind of deal with. Not that. Chad, when you get up, there's a grenade coming our way. And yeah, that revive just mistimed a little bit with... Oh, wow, they're really being aggressive. So watch out for the other ones. They're all three bunching up here. Let's try to, yeah, kill that one.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I want to be on this ledge.
Agent down.
I turn for a down. Somewhere safe. So. One is really close. Oh,
Serious trauma detected.
and really close to dying too. Did I survive? I barely survived there. Saved by the instant use bit. Get that.
Agent killed.
That's the downside of being on that ledge. But I'm on a somewhat safe-ish spot. I just wanted to like finish off that guy. It's the downside of not having Obliterate. Obliterate really does add in. It's one of the highest damages here. You have to watch out because yeah, both me and Soldat no longer have revive tokens. Kara is the only one that does.
Simulation
There we go.
terminated.
Messy, but
Collecting
we
data.
got there. And yeah, let's take our leave. That's all. Exit at getting our comms and such. I can count on one hand how many times I've played the sound, but now I'm bored. So I might. It's a fun game mode. It has its own different challenges and stuff, basically, that you have to
Not a doctor.
learn to do.
PMC. Private security for Nelson.
And I
Not a
gotta
doctor,
reconstruct
not
it
a
there
soldier,
and just
gun
a
for
ton of
hire,
levels,
and
even for
probably
just a
the
nemesis one.
rudest motherfucker I've ever had to call for an update on the BSAV.
Anyway, we always have a
Facility
tradition
detected.
here of
Combat
just after a
simulation
nemesis
program
run, just
active.
going quickly, grabbing all
I need to
the.
debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Key chest back there. And also, yeah, I'm gonna swap over to I'll leave my teammates to it. I'm gonna swap over to actually working a little bit on some of the guides. Or well, one of the guides specifically, especially. I should be in range. If they want these. Yeah, let's go get cleaned up and see if I've gotten anything useful out of here. Because I'm just learning how to do descent where, yeah, you don't have your usual, crutches. You have completely different crutches. But yeah, you can't just rely on striker's damage and, high damage to pull you through, or if you're used to tech tanks, like the survivability of the shield to pull you through, you have to learn how to just fight enemies that, especially at the start, are quite a bit stronger than you. And you might be pretty weak. That's kind of quite enjoyable. Legendary mission. Yeah. I'll leave that to others because I'm gonna guess it's Manning as well, right? That one's not one I enjoy much.
I appreciate the trade.
I did get a reconstructed, which would have been nicer if, I don't know if the others need. I'm gonna guess Cairo has his, but if Soldat is done with his, but because yeah, for me, I'm just gonna pop those. I have enough resources to get them if I need them in the future, but
Agent. It's nice seeing you.
worked well out of here. No. And yeah.
Agent is no longer in your group.
Yeah, I'll leave you guys to it. But yeah, thanks for helping out there, and it's always more fun in a
You have
group
left the group.
to go and do the nemesis. I feel just having some teammates
Nice doing business
to
with you.
kind of lean on, and also consistency wise, because sometimes there, for instance, I kind of get not getting obliterate and stuff really hurts my damage, but then if you're with multiple people, you're just kind of it's kind of like spreading the risk a little bit, because one person is likely going to get some decent damage just by talent picks and stuff. So and yeah, thanks as well. I need to sell that for joining Cairo. You have to get good. Somewhat. I feel Descent is very much a place where players that already have a lot of tools in their toolbox on how to deal with just fighting without any extra assistance from talents and stuff like that, they will generally not struggle there. But players that are kind of just getting carried by gear and stuff, they'll or just run determined all the time or something like that. It's an obvious place where they struggle, and then you can very much notice it in how people sometimes talk about Descent in Reddit and Discourse and stuff, where they go like, "It sucks. I can't even get past the first loop," and it's just like, does it suck or do you suck? But also, yeah, like I can totally understand dying a little bit on, I've died on first loop, definitely here and there, less and less so nowadays. But the thing is then also just to, understand that, hey, that's actually something challenging, and that might have some value. Just steamrolling everything also isn't not getting kicked. And there's, you could always try, if you need some help out there, a lot of the LFGs and stuff, especially on Tuesdays for the legendaries and stuff, there's usually a bunch of LFGs going on, and you could find some people that in like the Discords and the official Discord no longer has voice channels, so they don't do it much there. But in the Reddit Discord, there's, it's usually quite busy with people LFGing there, looking for group. And you could see about finding some like-minded people to do some of the legendaries with. In my case, I'm gonna go and work a little bit on this thing, because this thing has been, we've been working on the gear spreadsheet for quite a bit, and I've been leaving my own stuff kind of unfinished. Although I was happy to as well, because yeah, that thing gets used quite a bit, and having it now be completely up to date and stuff. One thing I wanted to do actually, because I remember now, I'm gonna insert one row above. And general skill page rework. Oh. And this was then yesterday. What was yesterday? 30th. It feels so weird doing American style dates. Because I feel this rework and stuff worked out pretty well. Looks pretty clean now. Same for all the other places. And now as well, having all of the like the flavor text and such in here, because a lot of that stuff was missing. So that was good to have spent some time there. But let's go back to our own shit, because there's plenty to do here as well. This one is still, it's been under construction for a while, and that still is. And what I mostly want to do is, yeah, kind of rework this part of it. So first of all, this is going to become weapon classes, comma, types and variants guide. And then here as well, classes, types and variants. There are some challenges. Actually, I'm gonna, so instead of weapon categories, we're gonna go weapon classes. And then there are weapon types. There are archetypes within categories, such as the Mark 16 as a whole, but then there are several with different names and each a separate version. I'll call variants. Yeah. So it goes class, class type variant. Changeably, but this is actually will be following for this guide. Yeah. Let's put one of these in. Let's just go down the structure of it. So this would be classes. Each class of weapons has inherent traits and stats. That comma doesn't need to be there. I was going to do 3 things, but I'm deciding against that now. Stats as, for instance, ARs are currently more accurate than SMGs, and LGs inherently suppress enemies more so than other classes. So comparing between classes means looking at both its stats, handling, and traits. Common traits of each class are.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
It's already actually, so this will be done underneath here, types.
Looking for something? Thanks for the deal.
Standing so close to the vendor that our thing is coming through. Okay, so there'll be types. This will be variants, because actually the text we kind of wrote here is applicable to variants. AR is actually which order did we do it in? Stash order, right? There's SMG, LMG, rifle, shotgun, pistol. So not stash order, but DPS list order. So ARs, let's actually just do this first. ARs, SMGs. The text here is actually not. Usually left justify the text, right? Yeah. That's why it looks weird. Like this whole section looks a little weird. But yeah, it's just not that. Yeah. ARs, SMGs. So LMG. How would it go from there?
Good to see you.
Let's load up this for a second. Not that one. Rifle, shotgun, pistol. Okay. Rifles. Shotguns. Pistols.
I appreciate the trade.
No Mars. It's actually in the game. Stand a little bit further away from that vendor. That stops yelling in my ear. Come back to this. Let's actually keep writing down for a second. Also, let me check up here as I'm kind of in my own world. It's a lot of spreadsheets. I mean, yeah. Although that big one is more the work of others. I'm just helping it clean up and little. And the Reese. Anyone made a graph that shows how many striker stacks it takes to surpass high-end class and burst CPS? Not per se graph, but just in calculation. Like 42 is where an obliterate rate. No, actually it's now 44, isn't it? 44 is when it overtakes an glass sacrifice gift version, basically. High-end. So, yeah. It's not great looking because that's also a glass red, right? That's not even an obliterate red. It's a glass red. So generally by 50, it's like well over. That's also why just, yeah, high ends don't compete well with strikers. Just a mag in and the striker is going to be ahead. And then also it can grow even further. And also it isn't dealing with glass because it's an obliterate. Oh, and hey there, Nerve. Thank you so much for the raid there. Hope you had some fun and hope you had a good stream. And yeah, welcome in and welcome in, raiders. Okay. I just I misspelled shout out with like the U and the O on both the shout and the out. I messed them up there. Yeah. Maybe my brain isn't completely awake yet. What is this we're making? Wait, on which one were you saying then? This one? This is this is gonna become just this, basically, in the end, where I'm gonna use this as well to kind of put the weapons into the order as I would recommend them, basically. But then also between all of the weapons, just having all of these. And then eventually I want to actually just maybe use these to maybe turn these into stats. Just, I feel like if I ask ChatGPT of like, hey, measure these lines and give me a value. It could likely do that for me. And we might abuse that for this. And this is just in the guides folder. I'll link to the guides folder here. About chats. And eventually this will be its own video and such as well. So, but yeah, it's the 14 in there. Because in there, yeah, we have the scent guide that still needs a ton of work. And we have this thing that needs a little bit of work. I still just need to add in the pistols. And then resort everything to be in the order that I want them. And yeah, let me catch up here. Yeah, hey the Nerve. And I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. And yeah, today just farmed a little bit, and now we're off to work a little bit on some of the guides. So we're meaning to finish this one off. It just needs a little bit of a rework, rewrite up here, which I'm working on now. And then yeah, we need to resort some of this, and then as well, I need to kind of see if I want to do the pistol, because we're gonna also use second accounts. There I have all the pistols. So. I'm just gonna just bought the game on Xbox and play through the Warlords and think Brooklyn. Do you have YouTube videos for new players coming to the game I want to focus on, or any tips? Oh, it's a goal from another channel. You're the place to learn. Yeah, I don't generally do, like getting back into it videos or new player videos, but I do a lot of guides and such. Coming back into it, it's mostly going to be just find a thing you want to set your goal to be and just start working towards that. But that's going to be quite different for each and every player coming kind of either into it or coming back or such. But for instance, what I can do, I'll link, so for instance, there's the guides folder, and then here's also the recommended build list. So one of the things to get together would be something from the recommended build list, just to have something to farm with. That takes you to basically this list, and this links through to a lot of build pictures of the build collection, which is the whole build collection. It's also linked at the bottom of that thing. But yeah, especially getting either a striker together or getting, for instance, a tech tank or a headhunter build together. All three of those will let you have a stable build to kind of build up from, and then you got to set your own goals, basically, of like, hey, do you want to go do the raids? Start working towards some raid builds. If you want to go do some, if you just want to make a bunch of different builds and try them out, start working on that. You want to go PvP, start looking into PvP builds and such. And also as well, if you have any like, specific questions of like, hey, what about this exact thing or something, you can always ask, and we can always help. The thing is though that, the game is different things to different people. So it's starting out, be sure to kind of start working towards, just get to level 40 first, take your time, go through the main game and stuff. Although, you already said you played through Warlords and Brooklyn, right? Yeah. So you're at the end game likely, or well, you have to be to do Brooklyn. Start working towards your library and such, and towards proficiency. And just kind of, go from there. The control points, you got blueprints, and your ultimate max, though. So you already know actually more than most. Because for instance, you do want to get your blueprints done, doing a bunch of control points. Now with this season, or with you want to do the project, this summer event project anyway. And that gets you through a lot of control points anyway. You can also do your invasion. The invasion gives blueprints as well. The projects, the weekly projects, give blueprints as well if if you're eligible to get any. Then there is the descent game mode, which also has a bunch of blueprints. Because there's a lot of explainings to do. There's actually other people that do have, because you could actually, for instance, I know Tickle has a kind of returning player, GC Rock as well. I saw doing a returning player kind of video. So for instance, give those a watch. But I'm generally more, not I do more specific things as videos. So I don't have like a here's the things to do kind of thing. Also, I feel for a lot of players, it's going to be different things for different people. Because, the road to getting into the raids is going to be different than the roads to getting into the PvP or, just theory crafting or, speed running or, all the other stuff. Let's continue on here. So, let's actually double read this for a second as well. All right. So each class is on hunter something else. Here we'll just give a general read out of that, and then types. many types within each class. Each type has its own characteristics. That okay. Thank God for autocorrect there. Okay, it's characteristics, yeah, not characteristics. But each type is the same hard stats. Hard stats, let's period it there. Hard stats are how would we are any stats that we have, how would you call this data? Just data for data for we have stated data for in-game stated data for things such as base damage, RPM, and magazine size are considered hard stats. Things that are less definable with a hard number, like handling in general, which is beyond just the accuracy and stability stats, also dependent on recoil pattern, which is testable but not outright but not easy to outright define as a metric. Right. Game data for things such as considered hard stat, magazine, amongst others. Let's actually period it here. Just not have it be a run-on sentence. Things that are less definable with a hard number like handling in general, which is beyond just the accuracy and stability stats. Also dependent on recoil pattern, which is testable but not easy to outright find as well. Yeah. And then types must have the same hard stats to be considered types. Actually, no, variance. Yeah, so variance must have same words have to be considered in the same. And then we instantly go into explaining variance. Yeah, so for the formatting of it for a second. Variance, then R, the R, are the separate weapons sharing hard stats but have different values for some of the soft stats. Actually, let's expand this. If any hard stats like amount of mods or base damage is different, that would make it a different type. Notice everyone's sharing hard stats but have different values for some of the soft stats, comma, like accuracy or stability. So, and then I think we can lead into this, and then it is important to know which of those variants are the better picks. As between variants of the same gun, there can be many changes. Mostly this manifests as slightly handling differences between variants, and usually one can be said to be the preferred pick. In this guide I will try to lay out which I consider the better variants. Different types, not variants. This should go into the types here. So if we actually just take this, so making it so that we can just, this should be here now structure wise. So the weapons become that's variance. If a weapon has different amount of mods. So, second sentence is a repeat of what we have here, but yeah, so that makes that a paragraph. Yeah. It's important to know. Following graphics are are all with a build with no weapon handling on a character that has the watch build or the watch filled in, meaning there is a 10% accuracy and stability active. Yeah. Let's also then do this, but then actually let me catch up here for a second as I'm kind of in my own world for a bit. Oh, I'm guessing. Oh, I suddenly see I see you from Salt there, and then I load out into the game, and then or you know, come out of the escape menu, and yes, suddenly, you know what? We'll join them in. We're all caroling now. Okay. I was in the menus there, so actually I didn't see it till then. As I kind of in my own world with this guide. Let me catch up as well for some of this. Sure. Yeah, once you have the checkpoint, it doesn't matter. Like once you have the checkpoint, you can go back to the lobby and set it up however you want it. Freeze from accommodation for the new mass, which gives plus 15. Oh, I should actually see about getting that thing because I'm not even sure actually what level we need to be. I think it's 18. I saw somebody say, right? And I have a bunch of unclaimed ones here. Thing is though that I wanna I generally leave it till I have all 5. But maybe I just claim all these and then later on we figure out which ones I'm missing. Could I? Yeah, let's. Isn't there a claim all? No. Also, it's not too hard to figure out which ones you're missing. We reached 16. Excuse me? Am I crazy? XVI. Tier 17 commendation cache. What? Right? It should be XVII. Wait, does it actually, or is it just because I completed 16? It's that it shows. No, I got tier 17 commendation cache. Or well, it just says commendation cache, but I'm tier 16. I'm guessing that's just set up a little bit incorrectly. Yeah, it even says 16 here. Yeah, let's keep grabbing these. That's weird. Okay. Sorry, on teamwork service section. Yeah. Although actually, freeze frame, you need all 4 players, right? You need 4 players to be there. Or is that the photo of yourself? Isn't freeze frame doing it with 4 people, all 4 people doing the same emote? Or was there other one? Well, actually, no, there's also take like a picture one there, right? That's maybe that one. Let's get all these. Okay, did I get everything? No. Don't want to actually grab the incursion ones because I still need to get 2 incursion ones. They get all the descent ones, and I got all the. I did get all the. Yeah, I must have gotten all the content ones. Like, why wouldn't I? But I'm still needing to do 2 of the incursion ones, but they're also not hard. Like I have actually the hard ones, which is just, you know, getting flawless and stuff like that. That's actually the the harder parts of it. We'll see, maybe if we need it, we'll grab it. Kill multiple hostile during a single deployment is smart. Didn't even pay attention to that one. Because also at some point likely I need to get some of the other ones. Does that now? It's just these three. No, so. Oh, it's weird that. Oh, actually, oh, this has multiple levels. So we got level 1 done. No, actually, didn't even know there was this one to get melee kills and grenade kills. We should maybe get that one done as well at some point. Yeah, this one is always bugged in here, even though, yeah, it's actually given me the thing, and I do have the patch. But yeah, it's just stuck on 5. We'll make a full list anyway of everything I need. Let's just claim these two, see if we reach a new level. Okay, now I'm 17. Oh, yeah, indeed, 18 is the thing. Bunch of green patches. Actually, there should be a few blue ones too, right here. Is this for the flawless? Yeah. I like the other flawless better. Wait, did it equip that thing? God damn it. Go back to normal. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's actually not. Let's just go back to normal clothes. But oh, wait, what is one of the ones of this week? That they're maybe rerunning. Actually, let's do this cowboy. Let's just run that. I don't actually hate this one. I kind of like the look of it. The glasses are a bit much though, I feel. Let me get you up here. I need to get you ready to salt. Where descent is a real pain. Yeah, we did get it done just accidentally at some point. We weren't per se going for it, and we just got a pretty good run in and got it. 7990. How far am I from that? Not that I'm in a hurry to get that, because as well I have like a bunch of progress. I have a bunch of ones I could get, because I'm missing a bunch of, for instance, the raid ones and stuff. But then here, for instance, as well, like teamwork merits. Oh yeah, I still don't have flawless Iron Horse. We usually don't get that as well when speedrunning it, kind of. Should as well kind of like get this. It's weird that I haven't healed in DZ West, but also DZ West is the one I always dislike the most. So makes sense that the other ones are done and that one isn't. Anyway, we actually just have these two teamwork merits. Oh wait, how much did you say it was? 70 or 990. So another 100. It's not too hard. Oh, also, yeah, all of the service merits. How would this be stuck on 1? I would feel both of these should be on 4. Also, I'm just getting myself distracted. Let's leave that for a different time. I'll go through and actually figure out, make a full list for myself. Access condition tiers according to the icons. They might have, because yeah, you know, they keep adding stuff in there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have more setup than is, you know, currently available. Just eventually you'll reach it. Yeah, let's go back to here. So this goes here. And this guide, I will show all weapon types in each class, and they are sorted by my recommended by how much how would you say this? Just that they're in my recommended order. Okay? They're sorted by how much I would recommend them. Oh no, that's fine. We'll do usually as well. I just first write down kind of just my stuff, and then we'll come back through and actually reword some of the things and just move some stuff around something. They are not sorted, but they are in order by how much I would recommend them. So higher weapon in a class section, the better I consider it to be, and this includes not just looking at the weapons burst and sustain DPS is but also its handling or other traits. That's personal dictionary. Front-end graphics are all with a build with no weapon handling on a character that with no weapon handling, comma, on a character that has the watch filled in, meaning there is 10%. Okay. With no handling mods on the weapon itself. Yeah. So that's text-wise how I want that part to be. Let's fill in these traits. So accurate, fairly accurate. Accurate. No, workhorse. Workhorses. Yeah. SMGs, shorter range for accuracy. Good damage at short range. Just very generally for now and then we'll. So these are larger magazine sizes. Become more accurate when while firing. Will suppress more than other classes. Oh, it's with double ping. Accurate, but harder to handle for most. Fairly weak damage. Shotguns. Short effective range. High damage. That's short range. Pistols. Always available. Not effective for longer range engagements. Mars hard hitting, but slow firing. Great effective range. Things though as well, like trying to bring a whole class to a common trait, because hard hitting but slow firing is great effective range. Does that apply to the G28? Nah, not really. But also, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, just a general traits for these. I might, well, that's usually how these go. Is just I'll keep rewriting it a dozen times, and then eventually we'll have it kind of be that. So technically, slingshot as well needs to go in here, because slingshot is kind of like the first sight and such, which does technically mean a separate entry. You know what, let's do this thing quickly actually, because I realize now as well we should add it in here as well. It's not going to be too hard anyway. Nope, not there. Here. Let's already do the prep work here, because it's just going to be an Break this. H48, H49. 3. No, so that works. And then this becomes what is this color? Fourth from the top, fourth from the bottom. Sling shit. There we go. Slingshot. And then just the optimal range is 60. Yeah, technically it's a different entry here, so let's add it in here. Then yeah, let's actually on the burst end, that's not gonna matter. Also, S is before U, so it would sort that way anyway. Let's quickly, oh no. That's not how we do that. This is how we do that. So this goes here. Then we need to put this here, and then we just need to sort it all. Yeah. Right. But also actually everywhere I could have just put it next to the bat. Yeah, it's fine. This works too. Because with all of these categories, it's gonna be because this doesn't affect burst or sustain or anything. It's just optimal range. You know what? I want this to be that. Just to stand out what it is. Okay. How do we do this part again? Okay, so the reload goes in separately. Did I sort this? Yeah. The reload goes in separately there, and then this goes here. This goes here. And then that goes there. And now we sort the whole thing. Oh, what are we sorting? I. Yeah. So yeah, there's a slung shit in there. Although actually, yeah, it's the exact same as the UMP for all of these. But just have it as a separate entry that it should be. No, the game decided to load me out. Let's actually add in the slingshot into this as well. And then let's start. Let's recheck if I still agree with the ARs. Actually, we can do that. Because the TKB at the end, Black Market AKM, a military AKM, and the AKM, ACR, SOCOM, the SIGs, PDR, Carbine, UA, the AUGs, First Sight a little
Agent,
higher.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us
2000
if she's not
CTAR,
here.
Paul, FAMAS, Lexington. Yeah. Oh yeah, one of the things I wanted to do, but we'll do that in the future, is this, which we already did for the Mark 16s here, which is basically how we add in another row here, and then just I want to have all of the mods listed. And also once we kind of have it together, it's just a lot of copy pasting, so that's not too hard. But let's maybe already sort them in order and stuff, because yeah, I feel kind of the ARs are kind of in the order that I want. It's basically Lexi, FAMAS, Fall, CTAR, F2000, and then yeah, P416, Honey Badger, M4, G36s for sight, and then it becomes just the rest. And especially handling wise and stuff is why I'm putting the AKs lower than, for instance, ACR or SOCOM. All right, let me actually check chat for a second as I'm kind of in my own world. Already thinking of like how I want to sort this. Let's go already public. It is actually in the guides folder. It's not finished yet. That's why at the very top, tippity top, I'll link to the main guides folder. Then you can find this guide and other ones. But yeah, at the tippity top, it says a very bigly under construction, and yeah, it is still under construction. So, but you can already, for instance, the AR section is kind of done. Let's maybe let's get the sorting in, and then we'll leave the adding in all of the slots on a different time. Because I would love to have that with this, so that yeah, all of them are kind of like this, where we have all of the rails and such. I don't remember though. Actually, how did we? Oh, like that. Okay, we select that, and we can make an extra rough. That's how I do. Yeah, let's start tossing around some SMGs. Attack factor definitely goes on top. So SMG 9 goes second. And she definitely goes a little lower. Now let's put it next to the MPX. Let's already put so I should put both of these. Up here, and then actually I think I want to do it like this. So yeah, vector SMG 9, vector SPR, SMG 9A2, vector 45. I still have that in here? No. Because yeah, we used to have like long underbarrel rail and stuff, but yeah, that's just going to become the mods, of course. Well, with the mods, we'll have showing which ones we have. And then it becomes this whole mid section. Let's actually take it to the SMG list here. Kind of Control F, sadist. Just so we have all the sadists highlighted. Because I feel, yeah, MP7. Honestly, I feel kind of fine with this order here. Although likely we'll put the TA82 at least a little bit higher than we have it here. Just because at least it has the ability to sustain DPS quite well. Yeah, so next step would be, so after this, what would be MP7, MPX, PVP19. Yeah, that feels, yeah. So MP7. MPX. PP19 and Tommy there. Or well, Thompson. Mm. MP5 completely destroys the Banshee nowadays. Although it's like a B beating a C, so it doesn't really matter too much. But then yeah, so the MP5s, at least MP5s as well have long rail. Not that that matters per se too much, but matters a little. Oh, wait, did I copy? Shit, have I been copying the whole time? Not that that matters per se, but yeah, when it cuts, just so we don't have duplicates. Yeah, let's just. We'll do a check if I accidentally duplicated a bunch. Don't think so though. I think I did the rest correctly. So that where was this? This was after this. Is that where I wanted that? Actually, above this. Okay. And the MP5s. Then the Banshee. P90 Tommy gun. Maybe we even put, yeah, let's put the T82 above this. And then the P90 goes underneath the Tommy gun. Oh. Wait, don't I want the T82 above the Tommy gun? Where's Tommy gun? Oh, P9. Okay, so no, Tommy gun goes actually below this. I'll likely shovel stuff around a bunch of times. As far as this here as well, I feel like I'm even gonna put this above the Banshee. UMP. Yeah. And that's kind of the issue for the UMP. That's a percent. And he still does better. And then Tommy does worse. Although Tommy does worse than... Or does it? Shows the Tommy? It's this one. Oh. Oh, that's a fast reload, yeah. Man, dog sucks. I mean, yeah, kind of new. But the dog is even... Oh, yeah, I would put it down there. Am I happy with this? Honestly, the important part is the top end. Like, nobody cares about, you know. After the first few, nobody cares about them anyway. So we don't need to per se overthink it too much. Yeah, this would be my tier list in there. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. No. Yeah, let's keep going here. Definitely MG5 going to the top here. Without even looking. MG5. MT49s. Going right underneath them. Then the infantry MG5. Then the Negav. Negav. I know we're adding a bunch of extra spaces in, but we'll fix that later. We'll do a whole pass of just clean up at some point. And yeah, we're getting back again to like the mid part. Like that's the A's kind of. And then yeah, let's go have a look over here and see how I feel about some of the B's. Because the RPK should be up there just because it does have pretty good burst. After at least all of these. Because the Negav matters a little. M60s really don't. And Classic should be above the E6, E4. Yeah, let's... So after Negav, let's put the RPK. And we'll put GR9, just because I feel I would still pick that over an M60. And then 60 E64s, then the L86s, and the Stoner at the end. Actually, let's add this note in here. Muzzle slot is fixed to accuracy mod. It's actually that's a note thing. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe with the Nageva over the infantry MG5. Now, if I had to pick between these two, I'd pick this one. But then I would rather have a normal MG5. Is that kind of the same here? Actually, yeah. Okay, that's LMGs. On to rifles. Here, yeah, we have things like the 1886, which is kind of in a different, playing a different game than the rest of the items here. You know what? We'll just put the Mark 17s above it, and then 1886, then 716 CQB. Then the normal 716. Oh no, maybe we take the M16 first. And then the 716. Game kicking me out again for wasting server space. And then I'm gonna put the UIC actually. Because we'll go UIC. Actually, no. So that one's ICR above it. And then M1 ACQB and stuff above this. And then Lightweight on 4, LVAC, Resolute, Urban, and that. You know what? Let's have a quick peek at the rifles, although we can actually do that here because all of these have the same amount of mods. How is the Resolute versus those two? Okay, it's kind of in the back, and then it's ahead of them on sustain. But the Resolute also handles like shit, so I honestly, I take the Lightweight and 4 LVC over it. The R definitely being pretty low.
Kelso had to go.
Second to last. Still the USC kind of fits that last spot, especially handling wise. So how was the end result actually with the ACRSS? Is it on sustain? Okay. Maybe we put it after.
We urge all civilians to remain inside the safe area.
Or put it in between these two, maybe. These three are just, yeah, it could go either way. Yeah, let's put this in between these two. No, it's actually, so wait, how's the, that one we need to check on build. Let me get up here for a sec as well. So go do all directive build for group and solo. Group settings, usually just having a bunch of strikers, and then keep in mind that, yeah, in group, we generally don't run determined because they're determined otherwise. Pretty easy answer. But just a few strikers and OD. That's enough to deal with all 5 directives. Solo, it depends. Like what I'm kind of doing. If I'm just doing activities and stuff, any of the headhunters, including the pistol ones. But you can also run, yeah, kind of like triple tick build or, you know, any of the ODs basically. Or just normal OD. But you can also run pistol headhunters, either determined or not. For activities especially, or rifle headhunters. But generally you just need, yeah, like if you're doing it solo and it's not a headhunter type, it's leaning towards having an OD in some form. Where is Classic M1A? Actually, we're gonna, yeah, what am I thinking? I feel maybe we do it actually like this. Yeah, let's do it like this. And we'll put the ACRSS in between these two. Yeah, that feels right. So police mark 17, 1886, but 1886 is a different beast anyway. It's not in here for just dealing damage. It is there for its base damage prowess. 716, mark 16, and the other 716, and then UIC, classic M1A, ACRSS, M1As, the LVOC and the M4, Resolute, Urban NDR, and then yeah. I'm happy with that. Yeah, let's do this section. This one's pretty easy anyway. Why is this? Oh, because of the text there. Makes it a little uneven. Let's take all of these to the top to begin with. And then just these two swap places. And I'm in this form kind of thinking more like maining the shotgun. So yeah, if we're doing DPS style, it's going to be towards this. And then for headhunting, we have the 870. And then let's take the ACS in. I feel if we just move these two up in the same order. Do I put the KSG last or do I put the double barrel last? I feel I'm putting the double barrel last. Yeah, let's put the KSG above it. No. Stole the P. Went from pistols to pistols. Yeah, black market, Super 90, M870 ACS, 612 SPUS, KSG double barrel. Seems like a good enough ranking. Let's do the marksman rifles too, and then see what we decide. Oh, actually, do I even add the slingshot to this? Because honestly, it's not gonna matter. Also, we could just treat it like a variant. As Lexington is in here, for instance, because yeah, it is actually on first sight and handbasket. Those are actually, you know, different weapons. Yeah, let's not even add slingshot into this. Oh, we just add to the clutter. Yeah. Let's do marksman rifles first. We're gonna put the classic M44 on top, but that's the white death more. And then honestly, the rest of it becomes just a melee of the rest. Because one thing we can definitely do is actually put all of the auto-firing ones into at the bottom almost. And the G28 goes there. The Mark 20 goes there. And the 700 carbon comes up. Okay. Handbasket and SR1 need to go somewhere up there as well. Like this. How is this actually set up here? You know what? I'm actually just going to do this order for that part. So M44, which I think I already have. Oh no, the Mal 700 is above the SRS. Because honestly, all of this whole section, it's basically white death, and then you have take your pick of whatever bolt action magazine based one you want if you're going that route. Where's the handbasket? Also, actually, when we added it in, apparently I didn't. Handbasker. Handbasket. Actually, I don't mind that being above the rest. We copied. Oh, we did that for both of these. Yeah. Although I'm gonna lean towards just grabbing an SR1 most of the time, honestly. Yeah, it's fine. I could reason it one way, I could reason it another way, just by what value we pick. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Is explosive resistant hard cap at 90? Yes, I was working on an immune build and stat sheet stopped at 90 while optimizing rolls. Yeah, it doesn't list it, but it is a hard cap of 90. Likely they never expected, anybody to ever reach it.
That was a good deal.
But yeah, it just goes to 90 and then stops. I ran into the same thing as well. I was trying to do whenever I think when Lengmo came out, that became possible of going past 90. I was like, ooh, let's get 100% explosive resistance and see what that does. And then nope. I mean, yeah, now it is. I'm just saying, like, they never expected, when they implemented it, likely years ago. And yeah, especially now because RNK became how much? Second piece? 40? Because that was a big, just having 40 on one piece is already, yeah. But 90 is, I mean, still, you're reducing it to a tenth of what it normally would do. It does help out, actually. Although the thing is, it's too high of a cost to pay. I used to have actually a pretty super tanky build of, I still have the pieces, but yeah, it was just hazard protection and explosive resistance. Well, actually, if that one ever got reworked, it would go to becoming with. Well, that was 90%, so it was already at cap, but it could likely actually gain some stats by using. I think I was using piece of Lingmo. Yeah. One section. Wait, that's 60. Because it is just 10, right? Yeah. Oh, no, that makes sense. Yeah, 60, 70, and then plus 20 was 90. Because yeah, now you could gain a few stats somewhere else. But the thing is, yeah, it's too big of a drain on limited opportunity cost places where we can stick stuff. Yeah, let's have a look at the pistol collection. At some point, I need to just take the plunge and we just optimize whatever we have. How am I presenting them here? Not with the stats there anyway. So actually, we wouldn't even see that here. So for this, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, let's maybe add in the pistols. Do I have one of each? Let's go see. I feel at this point I should have one of each. We'll use the gear spreadsheet for that. Although as well, my burst DPS tables would be the same. Actually, yeah, that might be even easier. This is as one of each variant. Although, yeah, I would want every specific variant. And here, for instance, there's 2 PX4s, which would be visible here. Yeah, so let's sit here. Let's go down this list and just check against what we have. And also, I'm just going to keep one of each because I have multiple of some. That only giving that one. So that's 93R. Let's go down that list. Desert Eagle, we're keeping both of these. One is graded, one isn't. 1911. Two of them, and this one's tiny bit better. M45s I'll have a dozen of. That one's optimized but graded. Which one's cheaper between these? It's about the same. Let's keep that other one. Actually, we don't need to keep things like Mozambique, and because I was keeping a Mozambique and a lightning rod, I think, just because we couldn't craft them. But now we can, of course. So yeah, this Mozambique can go. I need one, I'll craft it. Yeah, so tactical 1911. Definitely have some of those. Yeah, I'll keep this one. M9, military M9. That one's definitely cheaper. Officers M9. Custom and then first wave PF45. Yeah, so custom first wave. Oh, two first waves that are the exact same stats. Let's keep that one. I know PX4s. So that's an F. So just one F and 3 T's. That one's the best one. Let's double check that we're keeping one of each. Yeah. Diceros. There's a snub nose. And where's that? Normal Diceros over there. Okay. 586. Definitely have some of those. Oh well, 686. Oh, actually, do I have? Yeah, why is the 586 there? And oh, this is police 686. Okay, yeah. So 586. Yeah, I have one of those. Police 686. Definitely have some of those. Let's just keep that other one here. There's also ones I have just one in here. I'll just, whenever I get new ones, I'll just clean up right away. X45s. Normal X45. And X45 tactical. And then card 45. Okay. So at least we have... Wait, I don't have a card in here? Really? That's the weapon I'm missing. That one's fine though, because also basically each of my characters has multiple cards. So yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we have one of each at least for taking a picture of. Okay, let me catch up. That's a headshot. Bad big one. Good damage. Yeah, I think it's just giving up a lot of stats for that. And yeah, explosions are, generally avoidable, so it becomes just avoid them and then have more damage most of the other time. Because actually, the one that I had there with 100% hazard prediction and the other thing that was always just meant as a test bed. Like from its inception, it was there just to test stuff with. Yeah, let's start adding in. Well, actually, what I should do is so that's why we made this one as well, right? So, although what I can do is actually just grab this. Oh, the copy, right? Yeah. Okay. And then we'll copy this a few times. And let's just start adding them in. One thing I would want, just have the mod slots filled. Also, actually, I need to be on a build without weapon handling. This classifies. Actually, I want to also not be gunner. Okay. Yeah, let's take all these pistols. Pouch is full, of course. I'll just send a few builds to the stash. We'll pull them out in a second anyway. Also, we should just do backup boomstick as a shotgun. Oh, shit. I copied pistols as well in there. Yeah, so let's grab one of these, put it here, and honestly, that's also where it belongs. It's gonna be in the void. Okay. Yeah, in PvP. Although I feel in PvP as well, they're like just people will swap off the second they notice that you can survive it. They just go and, you know, swap to a different build where you're not resistance. Add against it. Oh, wait, was that other one not a backup boomstick? I guess. Yeah, it's double barrel. Let's get these in. Yeah, let's fix up this pistol and then maybe we'll do something and then we'll end it there. And come back to finishing up this guide this evening, hopefully. What would this have pumped up? Looks weird with the pumped up. Let's actually get it with maybe Optimist. Instead. So this is double barrel sod off. One variant. Uh-huh. 28. Don't have any. Actually, this might be affecting it. Make sure. How was I cutting this? All the way, right? Okay. So this goes there, and then this goes here, and then this goes there. Okay. So let's first start going down the list. But maybe what I should do is, yeah, just put killers and stuff on most of these already. Because I don't want them to be with like random talents or such. Also, we need to mod most of them up. And just killers and feature perfects and determines and in syncs and stuff like that. Especially not close and personals or anything. Just people will see like the talent on here. Sometimes it's just, oh, this must mean this is good or something. It's just like, no, not really. Not really at all. A little bit of streamline in the middle of it. Something that you don't go back to the menu you were in when you recalibrate. I just make most of these killers. Just because it's close to the top of the list. Easy to get to. Say the zero there is fine too. Let's actually put a ranger on these two. Wait, also, why do I have two of these? Oh, she had one in her inventory. Because the X45s do have a trait that they have a pretty different drop off from the way that all the other weapons work. Okay. That's all of that. Let's not mod everything. Gonna take a second as well. Let's actually, in the meantime as well, we'll check actually which weapons do and don't have skins. It's weird that the X45s, don't have a skin yet. Also, we need to make sure that as we're going through, none of the mods are optimal range related or handling related. Did I do the shotguns with the reload speed mods in? I think I did, right? Yeah, because, if it's only reload speed there, that's the real number for it anyway. If you're never going to see the base number doesn't matter, right? That's crit. That's all crit. This hasn't been set up yet. Is this a tactical level skin? No. It's only the M45, right? No. Went into the wrong menu. Mm. Well, let's actually on this put crit chance or something. Okay. I know, just have to do this once and then these weapons are set, at least for now. But yeah, I want all the mod slots filled in just so it looks right. As long as I know myself, if I don't do that now, I would come back in the future and do it, and might as well do it right once. Just be done with it. Oh wait, there's a skin just for the custom BF45 and not the first wave. It's very specific. Okay, there we go. Got them all. Let me catch up here because it's kind of in my own world there. Anybody does. The build sudden enjoying AI with showing clothes, momentum, and 6 blue cores, Rexel, 1 DPS players. Oh yeah, that will if they're full reds. They'll, or well, likely even with a few blues, they'll still heal over and die. Yeah, this is a lot of that indeed. Just, you know, countering and then recountering and then, you know, one team shifts to this thing and then you just try to answer it. At least there, yeah, the explosive resistance will do a little. Yeah, so let's just start at the top of the list here. Just work our way down. So if I do that, we can get that, and then Also, actually, let's re-get that picture because I now realize. I wasn't actually. Yeah. Signifying more clearly that it is a thingy. You know, a thingy. Yeah, let's start getting stats in. And then I realized because as well, I can go to like 615 at latest. Let's see how far we get here. Or maybe actually, maybe we go do something for this little last bit. Because yeah, these pistols are now ready to be done anyway. And we can just do this in the evening. Do I have the text of damage drop off? No. Okay, so let's redo that one too. It's just a thing. Let's go back to this as well and get this anew. Okay. Yeah, we'll just leave this character as is and then just come back to them this evening. Actually do it, finish it up. We'll just leave all the pistols on this, yeah. But then, yeah, let's not use them to do things. Let's go play the game a little. Let's go on to, I think character 2 has barely gotten any infrastructure keys. Let's maybe go get some of those. Just to have gotten a few more. And we'll finish up that guide likely this evening. Or well, at least parts of it, because it won't be finished until I add even more into it.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Especially I want to run.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Yeah, let's just run rifle build here actually. Haven't been running this that much. Well, let's run the Vindicator. Why not? Something different. Although, no, that won't work with the chest I have now, but that's fine. I have a spotter chest on. So. What's invaded actually this week? Okay, Capital on that side. Did I capture all the control points? I think I did already, right? We can see gloves there. But yeah, so this is weird. So we can see like the tips of gloves there as targeted. But then when we go here, actually, it won't be gloves. Second for just any LMG, like the look of on your back, kind of, yeah, just something. I think I have just like MG5 or something as a secondary there. Thing is, you wouldn't just use it much. You could also just go with maybe an AR or SMG for if you run out of ammo. The thing is, though, that your build is very dedicated towards
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Towards LMGs, so it's not like, I mean, you still hit decently hard. It's still full red and glass and, you know, backbone applying to it, but I think just on, because what do I have on the build picture? I think it's just basically whatever's. Because I don't want to weapon swap because you'll lose your stacks. You don't want to really be running anything else. So it's basically just dead weight. You can't put like a Scorpio or something. Oh yeah, I should have a rifle there. That's actually not the worst idea either, because we have a Fox's Prayer, so a rifle kind of makes a little bit of sense. You know what? Let's go back to some. Well, I think this guy actually has that. Yeah, but you know what? Let's. What was maybe one of the other bundles of this week? We're doing a bunch of reruns. I know, for instance, the bloody red one. But let's actually go with let's go with Outcast Redeemed. Oh yeah, we need to. But that's actually so in here. Or is that one actually over already again? Wasn't the... Or do I have that? Oh, Recruiter collection. Recruiter suits are here. Does this mean they're just going to keep them always available? I guess we'll see. We need to remove that. I remove this. Should move that as well. They kind of like the look of some of the redeemed sets. I like the True Sons one quite a bit. Can't see it there, but I don't hate this. It looks. Well, it doesn't look very outcasty. I would say. I know we're just running spotter high-end rifles. This is then the with 3-piece via. Oh, this bounty as well is challenging, so we just do a few activities or something. So I had a few question marks in the south. So, oh yeah, also so gloves. Yeah, no gloves. It's weird that it's like has some icons down here and then like these ones aren't showing. At least SMG's here. Handling wise, this thing has a ton, of course, because we have Eagle's Grasp and the 3-piece. So we have 45 there. And I think actually the Mark 17 is easy enough to keep on target anyway. Because yeah, we do give up a lot of damage for that. I think actually the better version of this build is just the Sacrifice Gift version. Go through his shield. I'm still considering actually changing the build picture of this to be that. Thing is though that that's just like it's just 2-piece via into just a high-end red or like a high-end glass. So very similar to an already existing build. Wonder why there is all text on the. Why does it say Mr. Roboto here? For those that aren't in on the joke yet, there's a hunter puzzle there. Still need to do actually the hunters on this character to have it done on all of them. It is at some point. I might see if nobody else kind of like needs the hunters or something. I might just do solo heroic.
Target neutralized. Good work.
And just heroic fight them. Hi. Isn't that fighting cleaners? These are fighting rikers. How much attention I have been paying.
That was the last one.
They're all dead? Good.
They're all dead. Let's go murder Healy. I know, let's run Brooklyn for like 10 more minutes and then we'll round it out. Because I do need to go eat, go do some groceries, do some work stuff. And then we'll be back in the evening. I'm on fire. This guy just set me on fire and then ran away. What did they?
You got the target. Nice.
Actually, you know what? Let's try it with the, because that's the. Oh, actually, yeah, that can't. This doesn't have a linked laser pointer. That's also kind of the thing. That's why maybe want to swap this to just being with glass. But actually, let's use
Another one
the
down. Good job, Agent.
like a weapon that would benefit from the handling. Although the thing with this thing is it's still like that's kind of like, yeah, kind of steady. You know, if I have a, let's say that's a target there, you can kind of keep it on target. This thing though still like jumps around way too much. Also, they still haven't fixed the named thing, right? On the projects. Feel I would have. I haven't been doing dailies or something in group, or weeklies in group, and then paying attention to if if it's doing that. Yeah, let's go get these question marks maybe, just to. Although let's go get a named group before we go any further. Let's go grab one quick. No what? Oh. I might have spawned one while being there, but we didn't engage them, so it should be fine. Unless they got engaged by something else. So you should fast travel far away and then come back and just have an extra chance at it. Okay. Echo. Echo detected nearby.
What are you waiting for? Take them out.
Actually, I was going to use this, right?
Hostile defender drone detected. Vital signs critical. Agent out of
Should just use the quickie like that. That would be fine there. No, rent. Oh, oh, he has a defender drone. That's not great. Let's just get out of here. Let's get some distance. Let's just murder this guy.
serious trauma detected.
Okay, that guy. That guy can shoot me. Might be a catalyst. But more likely it's not gonna be. Come from this side. See what we get. The catharsis instead. Because it's basically they have it in their loot pool, but when they trigger an exotic, it's just a random chance if you get that list. Making it actually pretty poor chances likely. Yeah, let's go get that question mark and this question mark. Start there. And just to have these question marks turned into... Eventually, I want to... When I come to Brooklyn, I want to not see any question marks just by having spotted everything that can be there. Kind of like I have on basically all my characters as well in
Hostile
with
broadcast picked up.
was that how long? Although, well, yeah, a little over. Right, it was 27th of May, right? So May, June, and we have now July. So we had Brooklyn for a month so far. A little over. Okay.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Where are you guys aggro to?
Agent vital signs 0.
Got caught up in 2 fights. Although I should have realized there that those guys were gonna join that fight. I was just talking and not paying attention. But if nothing else, we spotted what it was. So let's go get whatever this is. Also, does this actually do... No. Wait, for some... Wait, that's odd.
Hostage situation nearby.
So, for instance, in DC, if you go to Legend, it actually shows also all the activities. And New York, it already didn't. But there, it was showing this thing. But when I had this selected... No. Odd. That's a supply drop. You know what? We're not even gonna... You guys enjoy your supply drop there. I'm gonna go get this hostage risky.
You can waste the resources. Drones guard shit, not...
Access key detected. Incoming hostiles detected. Supply drop detected.
They're normally trying to get an M1A CQB on target like this. It would just jump all over the place. 45 weapon handling helping out quite a bit, but still. Because it would drop less damage. Because the UIC kind of feels like this in general anyway. Taking the UIC and then sacrifice class. Although I feel with Mark 17 I'm kind of fine with... Actually, do I still have... No, I don't have those pieces in inventory anyway.
Friendly control point nearby.
I'm actually not going to grab the hostage thingy there. The bounty. Oh yeah, let's take it back to base and just clean up and get out of here. Also, let me actually check how many bounties this character has. Let me already as well in the background start looking for somebody for us to raid, as we'll raid out.
Safe area detected.
As we always do.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's
Oh
not
yeah,
here.
let's go with. There's a few people available, but most of them are likely ending around the same time that I'm ending here, so that won't be a good idea. We'll go raid Prime, and send people over there. I'm gonna go. I need to go do work stuff and eat and relax for a bit, maybe even taking a nap and catch up on some sleep, because man, sleeping with heat is super annoying. I woke up like several times. And then we'll come back in the evening. We'll continue on fixing up. I wouldn't mind actually getting to the end of this, because actually not. That's not really cool. At least we can add in all the pistols, and then maybe start adding in. Because one of the things I want to do here is for all of the weapons, because that's what I want to have for myself anyway, is just all of the mods. So we've done that, for instance, here on the Mark 16s. That's kind of like looking at how I want to do it. And we'll continue on with that. But that's for future IKEA's problem. For now, we'll send everybody off to Prime, who's looking to be doing. I think he's setting up to bounty cheese. And I'll be back in a few hours' time. It's gonna be in 3 hours ish time, and we'll keep on going. Likely though this evening, because with the 5 times and stuff, I generally just don't play Division much. I haven't decided yet what I want to play, but we'll likely jump maybe into some Warframe, I feel. So, I need it, Daisy. I thought as much as I saw you being online as well, but I'm ending as well. So, but I'm gonna send everybody off to Prime, and actually the timer is counting down already, so we'll do that. But thanks for considering me. But it's better spent somewhere else. But I'll be back in a bit. Enjoy your days, your day further, and hope to catch some, if not all of you, in the evening. And as always, have a good night.